How's everyone doing on the Twitch? Is my microphone okay? It is working. Just getting started here. I'm gonna be continuing my very awesome monster here. Thank you for the like. How's everyone doing out there? Just continuing my very dark creature here. Uh, Dreaming Tabitha live. Love the music choice. Thank you. Yeah, this is from Assassin's Creed. I got a couple tracks I like to go through to kind of create the ambience that I like. Sometimes I just haven't found a lot of music that is more upbeat. But I'll eventually find more music that's not that has. I feel like a lot of my music choices have like kind of gotten into like this kind of direction basically. But yeah, I do like this soundtrack. I'm trying to just very carefully render this guy out and increase the fidelity and the resolution through rendering. I'm trying to slowly like make the edges like where it should be dark. I'm trying to like slowly darken those areas to kind of create a more 3D shape through, slowly making things darker. Basically, but I'm trying to keep in mind this right here is probably going to be the darkest spot of shading, and maybe like this area right here. So I'm trying to keep, right here is going to be pretty dark, but I'm trying to work within that context of this being the darkest spot. So I'm gonna go over this couple more times to kind of reiterate that. I'll be honest, I'm really enjoying this creature design and where things are going. I'm even thinking from the top chain of his spine right here, kind of having chains going to. Mm, no, I won't. No, I won't do that. In fact, I might get rid of this chain and add another one going from that shoulder down over there. Like there's sort of floating obelisks that force him to stay in like the same kind of situation, like position. I'm just thinking through the problem here because I don't want to over busy and just draw chains everywhere for no reason. I want to have a few chains sort of suggesting that he's being controlled physically in terms of, he's trapped essentially, right? Alright, what? I want these like floating sort of obelisk kind of objects. Oh, my champ, welcome to the stream, man. I'm sorry, I didn't move the camera to where I was drawing. I'm just trying to kind of think through. I want him to be physically ensnared and within the in his sort of situation here. I'm thinking of like floating kind of rock structures. I think that's gonna work better, like a floating kind of rock with a chain strapped to it. What's this lore? This is the consequence of succumbing to lust. It's these demons are created through succubuses. I can read the whole lore, but it's quite a bit of lore to read. But yeah, their destinies are dark. So I'm kind of trying to represent that, you know, the whole being trapped by a series of decisions that led to these consequences. Okay, I think that's gonna work. I'm just gonna draw out a little bit of a chain to kind of show that a little, you know, just kind of to represent that. So I can. Interesting, that's cool. Love the design, especially ribs. Yeah, I'm gonna have I wanted to have the open chest. Well, the description says something about an open chest cavity, and I wanted to have like this. I'm gonna have, yeah, the spine going through. I wanted like this angle, right, sort of almost like you're looking into the chest cavity, and then I'm gonna have these chains like where they end here go down to the ends of the pelvis, like your two ends of the pelvis here, and then down like his legs have been ripped off, and then two more chains going down to his kneecaps, and he's like a floater. He like kind of floats around. So I think it's a pretty interesting design. So I'm pretty excited of where things are going. I already had my coffee. I ran out of my good coffee, and I started drinking my like the you know how you have coffee in the back of the the back of the shelf, and I had to like go get like the coffee you have to grind up yourself, and it's like it's all burnt tasting, but I'm like I need caffeine. It literally tastes like it's like you can taste the awfulness. I don't know. It's just it doesn't taste rich, and I'm too cheap to like throw it out. So I'm like I'll just go back to this when I'm really desperate, and I did. But at least I got the effect of the coffee. So at least there's that. I think having these sort of kind of rock structures, or I might put some sigil kind of engraved metallic things into these rocks, because and kind of being representative of like him being trapped by sort of the succubus demon. I think it's a really good idea. My nose has been so itchy lately. It's crazy. I hate it. And I don't even think it's the winter because I don't think it's that dry in here. Anyway, how are you doing over there? What you've been working on? And it's my left nostril every single time. It's producing. I don't know. Something up with my left nostril just producing uh that chain will go over here. Okay, that makes sense. Trying to do lots of work for uni and just draw as much as possible. Understandable. That's a good decision to get into it as much as possible. Starting something good has been an issue recently. When I do stuff, it is fun and I work good and fast, but I sit so long before doing stuff. That's usually how my mornings go. Is I'll just like I waste so much time in the morning. I mean, there's stuff I gotta do, but I kind of have a like say very slow mornings before I really get going. I don't really have an issue. Like once I sit down and I start doing stuff, things kind of get moving along, but I typically waste a considerable amount of time before I start streaming and drawing anything. So, but I think it's good. It's good. See, the thing is I do think it's good to have time to let your brain like defragment the information from the other day, and just kind of hang out and watch videos and stuff. I don't think that's necessarily bad. It can become an issue, but I'm a I'm a slow morning enjoyer. I don't like to rush into things. I don't mind working a long time. I just don't like to rush in the morning. I definitely like to have a few hours to kind of just chill. I need to sharpen my pencil here. I started using my I picked up General's Choice. This one is really good, and I ordered some more white charcoal pencils. Um, there was another one. I had a Fiber Castell. I don't know what it like vanished into thin air. I was gonna try that out today, but it just I had it and then it just disappeared. Um, anyway, I'll get to it a bit. I got some on order that I wanted to try out. I try to try new things here and there. I don't really like paying $7 for two pencils, but it is what it is. I like that the wood is soft too. I'm not having to press down with all my might to get rid of the chunks of wood. I pay 8 for one Copic marker. Yeah, it can get out of hand. With sticking with pencils, you really aren't gonna spend a lot of money unless you like. I bought a nice set of like pencils that like range from every like degree of how dark it is, and I ended up just kind of not using them a whole lot. They're kind of sitting there. I was actually gonna give them to my mom because she was asking about them, and I'm like, I kind of ended up not using them, but they are really good pencils. But I think the only time you like end up spending a lot of money is when you start getting into the markers for sure, and then the color pencils. There is some money in that, but with the way I stay with the black and white, it's just relatively handleable. But yeah, the markers can kind of get out of hand with the prices, but you do get nice results too. I've seen some people do like very nice pieces with markers. I work with gray light markers. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is that's what I wanted to get is the gray light. Because you can look at, can't you like layer the layers and kind of slowly make it darker with a brush? Tips for sketches to get an idea of a shape or a composition because it's so fast. Yeah, I've seen like this dude like do like concept art, kind of like the squiggly line, quick concept art, and then he hits it with a marker and gives it that like layer of shading, and it like you can kind of like very quickly uh, do like very. But the nice thing is you can kind of increase the resolution of things. Like if you take your time, you can kind of make it look like more finished concept art. But yeah, it's got a neat look to it. I use Prismacolor and Fiber Castell. Best to ask at Christmas time. Yeah, that's for sure. Like I said, I do wanna find like more upbeat music eventually, but I just keep like defaulting back to this kind of stuff. I can't help it. I have Fiber Castell, Polychromos, but I primarily use black. I don't have three times to learn color pencil properly. I don't have that time. Okay, yeah. Uh, I'm gonna try Bioshock Music Ambient, see how that goes. I can't remember what the music was like in Bioshock. Sorry. I'll run that for a little bit, see how it goes. I do love the American 1950s, like some of that music. At least the vibes of the era has a nice kind of. At least I like Bioshock. I don't know if I actually would enjoy 1950s America. I like Bioshock. It's weird because I got it turned up pretty well in it. Sorry, I gotta turn it up just a little bit more for myself. I like can't hear it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys, really quick, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Alright. need to make my own like track like this, where like there's just like kind of like if you guys have ever played Half-Life 2, have like ambience of a dictator city where there's like things being said over the speakerphone and like trains being pulled it like that Half-Life kind of creepy. This is kind of what this reminds me of, but this is obviously BioShock. I need to like make my own brand of this kind of thing. Is like creepy environment, dystopian city soundscape, and like have some background music to it too. First thing when I that's the first thing I'm gonna do when I fall on some money is like hire people to write me a soundtrack like that. Are your creatures copied after franchises, or are they your own creation? I'm given like when the Dermaria people, when they give me a commission, they give me like a description, and then they basically let me go wild. I just have to stay within the context of the lore, and sometimes not even that. Sometimes like this chest cavity was supposed to be completely empty, and I suggested we add a thing into the chest, and they were like, yeah, that's fine. So it's like it's I go with the lore, and I imagine based on the lore, but sometimes we will ignore the lore in some cases to kind of, if we feel like we can improve things. They're amazing. Watching you got me back into pencil drawing, shading. Nice. I'll have your stream on in the background as I create. That's awesome. I've been told more than once that I have inspired people to get back into something, and so I think that's really good. Well, I mean, it sounds like you've already been creating, just not the pencil stuff. But yeah, it's always good to exercise that part of your brain. I got started with pencils and now I paint and do digital. Always nice to go back to the beginning. Right. Yeah, I just kind of stuck around with the pencil stuff. Sorry, I forgot to move the camera there. I'm at the other side. Thank you so much, man. Let's do a shout out really quick. Appreciate the raid. Hello? Yes, hello. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. It is much appreciated. I got some nice ambience in the background while I draw my horrific creatures. I'm just trying to kind of clean things up in this area before I move on and draw the other objects. There are R-Man. Just Tano the R-Man. Thank you. Nice. How are you? How are you guys doing over there? I couldn't stay too long on your stream. I had to go. I wanted to make sure I stopped by and said hi. I almost fell asleep, so it was time to raid out and drop the peeps here. Nice, thank you. It looks like you guys were having an active stream though. I started a small drawing today and it's challenging. Okay. I'll check out your story if you post it there. I'm trying to add like these sort of floating rocks around him, and he's like chained to them, so he's like forever trapped within this sort of structure. So I think it's a neat concept. I really like where it's going. There's going to be more chains going to his pelvis and then his ripped off legs where the kneecaps are, and he's just sort of a floater type of. This looks dope. Thank you. I really like where the concept kind of went off into for this creature. It's a result of a succubus demon sort of damage. So that's kind of how we end up in this situation. Oh my god, it's me, Phoenix. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Very creative names, I see. I got some Bioshock. Hello, Kai was taken. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Yes. Have some praise and admiration because this looks incredible. Oh yeah, I put in the description. I put no talking about religion, race, and stuff, and then I'm like, yes to praise and admiration. That is allowed. Always accepted. It's weird how when I start off these drawings, the first stream I go super fast to about half of the picture, and then things just kind of slow down to like this grind where you're like, you can't move forward because there's so many things to go back and refine. It's like it really just like slows down, even though it looked like I was just like speed running through this yesterday. It came to kind of a grind, but I'm enjoying I like this creature enough where I'm like, I'm gonna take my time and just kind of make sure that I flesh things out carefully. Oh, that's right. I remember what I was just doing before I got raided. I was trying to sharpen this pencil. I do need to get like a real knife kind of deal, but right now I'm still using these industrial sort of blades for the sharpening pencil. I just push it in with my thumb. It does give me a lot of control this way, but it's probably just not a good idea to be holding a blade like this. Oh, thank you for the Kai was Tate. Thank you for the follow, man. I'm a digital Andy. Nothing wrong with that. I just like to kind of. I guess you're still working with your hands when you do digital, but I just kind of like I don't know. I just can't. I just can't move on. I have a digital pad and all that. I bought a Wacom or whatever it's called, the Wacom. I forget what it's called, but I have all the stuff to do it. I just don't. You know what I mean? Is that a lead holder you're using? Yeah, this is I just kind of extend the life of the. You can really get a lot of the pencil life out of a pencil if you just have one of these kind of screwed in there. I tried doing digital stuff. I'd have to spend probably a few months before got the hang of it, because I did try it a few times, and I think the tendency for me, my difficulty with the acrylics I'm using are best until 2009. Oh, right, yeah. I have a tendency to lean into detail, and I'll kind of like push things um, like that. So when I do digital, because it lets you zoom in, I have like this infinite regression where I'll just keep zooming in and doing more detail that you're never gonna see, and it actually kind of ruins the vibe of the picture. Whereas like you on a piece of paper, your resolution is kind of locked in. I mean, you can just try and make it, just get ridiculous with the detail, but I don't know. I think with digital, I kind of need to it I find it difficult because I tend to just like overly focus on like one area, and then just like think that I need to put like the more and more detail, and it just, obviously with digital you can just infinitely kind of increase the resolution, so it's like I need to find like a balance. If I go back to digital, and I'm not saying I won't eventually, but right now I'm just really enjoying kind of what's going on with this stuff. My mom's old ones. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Using using up the old stuff. I've definitely have taken things from my mom too. She's a traditional artist. She's got everything you could want. So sometimes when I go over there, if I see something, I ask, and then I take, and then I'm like, I'm gonna need this stuff you got here. It's being requisitioned for a greater good. That's understandable. I tend to do the same sometimes. I need to remind myself to just put the pen down and be okay with the imperfections. Yeah, and digital just lets you just kind of zoom in infinitely on stuff. So you just, if you have a habit of leaning into detail, then it's going to be exponentially worse, because now the rabbit hole's really opened up in that case. Sorry, I know I'm taking a while, but I'm trying to see if this pencil is better than the other pencil, because I guess they're pretty much probably the same kind of substance. Let me see really quick. I'm trying to see if this will lay down on the really where I really colored in the darkness of the chain. If I can go back over, because I was gonna color them in like black like this, and then go over with the pencil and add back the light back in on the tips of the chains to kind of look like some light is hitting it. And I kind of achieved that look, but kind of not. And the other white highlight pencil is sort of not going on the graphite, and so I'm seeing if this brand will do a little bit of a better job at that. And these were like cheap ones. These aren't like even the nice ones. The other one, I believe, the General's Choice, is the one that people recommended to me as a something special, but I'm just not getting what I'm looking for out of it. Sometimes things just work, even though. Sorry, let me see here. Let me go down. Yeah, see, it looks like this is going on top, right on top of the graphite, just fine, even though that's like the darker part. Whereas the other one was really struggling, and I was really starting to push hard. This is, yeah, it looks like this is going on there. I can like slowly layer this on top of. So these cheap ones, what is this brand? The problem is they keep, I forgot like what these even are, and the name has already erased itself. The only identification I have is this right here. So I'll have to like look into what has that. I never pay attention to what I buy. I order it, and then I'm like, I'll remember, and then I don't remember. I guess I can go back to my Amazon orders and see exactly what I ordered. That's a move that I can do. Where are you from? United States. Unless you mean originally done. Originally from Belarus. Then I moved to the United States when I was younger with my parents, and I've been just enjoying life since then. Not that I didn't enjoy it in Belarus. I'm just, it's all good. But I live in Illinois. I've already said it like a million times, so that information's already, that ship has sailed. So maybe a Bioshock would be a maybe Bioshock would be like a really fun picture down the road once I get my commissions finished. Doing a Big Daddy or something. Um, that's a fun universe. I really enjoy that game. Oh shit! I feel a Midwesterner. Oh yeah, we're the people of the salt. Our cars disintegrate after just like 9 years completely. I had a great car, which I never intended to replace except for that it actually disintegrated completely to the point where the mechanic was like, "Listen, you need like a whole new car. Like you need to just get rid of this thing before you get yourself killed." So that's the. It's really awful here. It really is. It's like hell, but it's like ice salt hell with moments of levity where some you get 2 weeks where it transitions from winter to summer. And you get 2 weeks of like decent weather, followed by storms, and then blazing hot weather for like 9 months straight, and then 14 months of absolute nightmarish hell of a winter. High Texas too. Other than that, it's great. I missed what you said because of ad break, but I'm in Wisconsin and I grew up in Illinois. Yeah, Illinois is great. That's where I'm at. I really don't. I don't even really dislike this state. I joke a lot about it and rip on it, but I actually really don't mind it. And I think it's mostly because I'm the type of person that's completely comfortable with just sitting inside all day and playing video games and drawing. So it's like for me, I like, and I live kind of close to a national park anyway, so I can like always just go there whenever I feel like seeing trees and cool stuff. Star of Rock, yeah. It's definitely a nice place for motorcycling. Or I live close enough that it's convenient. It really is shockingly beautiful sometimes. So just gotta work out the chains here, make sure it's clear how he's trapped. This is the consequences of premarital sex, for those wondering. This is a work of a succubus demon, so. I already said that joke like twice. That's awesome. It is a really beautiful area, for sure. I went there for a geology field trip in college. Well, yeah. Sometimes you show up. Sometimes you show up and it's like, it's been kind of crazy the last few years. If you come here, it's like sometimes you come here and there's like it's empty, but a lot of times it's been, at least the last few years, you can't even get in. There's just hordes and hordes and hordes of just just people walking around. You know, it's not a. I like to come there when it's like basically empty. I'm not an enjoyer of the multi-thousand, where you're basically hiking in a line. You're like waiting for the line to move forward. It's like awful. Not a fan of that. And it's been getting busier and busier, I feel like. Yeah, there's certain times of years it's shockingly beautiful. Oh, thank you, Nicholas Miman Tomori. Miman Tomori. Miman? Miman? I try. But it's definitely become a bit busier park in general over the years. It's also fun to drive through there when it like floods, the area floods completely, and you just go through and like there's all these barricaded roads, and you're seeing like the river basically rises up. I don't know how many feet, like probably 15 feet or something, and you're just seeing like these unusual sites where you gotta like those kind of concrete bathroom things, blocks that they build out there, and then they're like half submerged in water, and it gives this kind of weird kind of ambience. It's awesome. It is really beautiful area for sure. Oh, I already read that. I was playing around the other day with some AI stuff, and I'm gonna try and draw some T pose monsters in the T pose, and upload it in there because it does a pretty good job at creating. You can create 3D assets using your artwork. I mean, just imagine a world where you can do game development where what I draw, and let's say it gets to a point where you don't have to do the T pose where it can understand things clearly. You just draw this, and the machine understands what you're talking about, and just creates like a perfect asset based off of this kind of image. I think we're gonna see that within the next 10 years, and I think this is the way I would want to do game development, is like design something like this at my desk, scan it, turn it into like the AI, and it creates a perfect version of this, exactly, not exactly as I see it, but basically this, and then you just Control C, Control V into Unreal Engine, and just start creating worlds like that. That's the dream, right? Is like like game development at that level. I'll be honest. I've tried Blender, and every time I turned on a lesson for Blender, I immediately, my eyes start to close, and I start to fall asleep. It's quite incredible. That's the ultimate sleeping pill. Is try to sit through a 4 hour lesson for Blender. At least for me, it's unimaginable suffering. I appreciate all the follows, by the way. Okay, so that's the basic idea. There's like these floating obelisks that he's chained to, and that kind of thing. That is quite exciting. Exciting, especially as someone who's not very good with technology. Let the AI do all the tedious stuff. I hope that that's what it ends up being. Is like the creativity part is left to the humans, and then instead of understanding technology on the let's say high. I know this on like a high level, right? Which by that I mean actually a low level, right? Like a real technologist knows how to program like in ones and zeros and insert those numbers in binary, right? That's like low level understanding of programming, right? But I mean like the way normal people mean that, like high level where you have to be really technical. I want all that to go away and just be like you sit down, you get creative in the way you want, and then the machine understands how to insert that into a system that's like a sellable product. That's ultimately would be the dream. Uh, yeah, I'm okay with technology, but I just I'm not an enjoyer of sitting there and figuring things out like that. Let the AI do all the tedious stuff. Yeah, I messed around with Blender a bit too, and it wasn't my cup of tea either. Too much messing around with all the tools. I just want to dive right in and start creating. I'm just impatient. Yeah, it's doable, but the amount of hours it would have taken me to get proficient in that program, I just kind of didn't want to do it. And it's like I wasn't like I said, every time I would use Blender, I wanted to go to sleep. I just couldn't understand how anybody could enjoy. Um, another person online, Nikki G Morning, thank you. Just got out of a big work meeting. Oh, I hate those. I'm trying to live my life in a way that I can just avoid work meetings for the rest of it. I got a VR headset a while ago and tried messing around with Sculptor VR. It was cool because it feels more like working with clay. You know, I did that same thing. I forget what the program was called. I don't think I got it. Might have been Sculpt VR, but I bought there's another program. I'm pretty sure I bought a different one. But well, first let me say this: a lot of those programs want you to pay a monthly thing, and I'm like, no, I just want like a $40 product. Let me play around with it. I did that too, and I was very impressed. I was shocked at how awesome it was. Found it a little bit more difficult than I would have initially thought to make like faces. Like every time I try to make a human face, it would just look really crazy. And but yeah, you can do like if you're doing like insectoid creatures or some just shaping out something. It's really really neat because you can like replicate. But you can hit an option where like both sides are replicated. So if you draw like an arm on this side, it's exactly the same on the other side, and then you can like move the shape around. Problem is that the problem I ran into is some of the polygons would get messed up, but you wouldn't know about it till later, until you try to like play with the model. So like there's this initial design phase where you have like a ball, right? And you can stretch it out like your main torso and stuff, but when you stretch it out too much in the wrong mode, it like messes up the way the polys are interacting with each other, and like you don't know that the project is already ruined, and you're trying to like move forward, but you like messed up 10 minutes ago, and like there's no way of knowing. So I ran into a lot of like technical issues, but it was an incredible experience from the standpoint. Like I think when they get to the point where you know what I mean, like you can literally just move the mesh and it never like makes the mistake. And what I actually think what they should do is not necessarily have this blob that's made out of like that's working the same as the polys do in like a 3D engine like Blender. What I think they should do is like let you paint with like 3D blocks like in Minecraft, and then convert that into a blob, if that makes sense. That way, there's a stricter order of things and it can't get messed up. Um, because every time I would try to make a model, the biggest thing I ran into is at some point the polys would like get messed up. They would be in the wrong pattern, and then like one of them would disappear, and you'd have like this hole or something would go wrong, and I couldn't like never fix it. But yeah, I know I just went on a whole tangent there, but that's basically it was very fun, but they need to clean things up in terms of like the performance. Hello Nikki, it's me again. Thank you, man. Um, Future oil painter. How's your day going? What have you been? I saw your. I think you posted something right earlier. All right, now back to the chains. Edwards, come here. Come here, buddy. Let's show you to the internet really quick. Oh, there he is. There he is. We got some dog content. think the ideal workflow would be creating larger shapes in VR and then polishing and doing the finer details in Blender. Something, right? Yeah, something. I mean, you could do a complete model or something, but I don't know. It would just it was a lot. It was crazy fun, and even the Paint VR, the Microsoft Paint VR, was like super cool because you can kind of, even though you couldn't make a 3D model that you could like export, you could still draw things and like copy the objects and then just replicate them. It was super fun. Like if they made game development intuitive to where like you could go in, start drawing your 3D world in there, kind of outlines, let the AI kind of catch it, and like, kind of like turn it into a 3D object, then you kind of define it a little bit more with a paintbrush. Then you go, okay, make the whole world like that. Like paint these rocks grayer. Then go, kind of get draw your characters, drop them in there, like kind of give them, kind of like move them around so that AI kind of understands that it's like, okay, these characters need to be patrolling like back here. You know what I mean? Like if it's an RTS, you kind of like you show it in RTS games, and it's like, oh, okay, I get what you're doing. You want this to be like where you got like little troops you can move around. Like if it got game development got to like that level where it's like into like same thing as like when you're playing with blocks as a kid, like you should be able to just sit down. And I know this is like wild fantasy, right? But I think before I die, if they got to this level, it's like you sit down and you're just drawing things on a piece of paper, and it's the camera is seeing it, translating it to an AI, and it's creating the game that you're kind of talking about. You just describe to ChatGTP kind of like, this and that, and you're talking to it as you're kind of drawing stuff, and it's basically creating the game right in front of you. That would be you know what I mean? That then I would make video games. Until then, I'm pretty much screwed. I'm not gonna make it. You know what I mean? I'll just keep drawing pictures until then. You know what? I've never really fallen in love with one of my creations, but I think it's slowly happening here. I just love it. Oh, Stone Homie, welcome. I'll do a dance in solidarity really quick. Dance. There he goes. It's fair. And basically in the same boat, though I could see myself messing around with pixel art and making something simple like a side scroller. Oh, I did. If you've heard of Godot, if you download Godot, I was following a tutorial and I was like, all the in the tutorial, like you get to download like this asset pack that you can use for the tutorial. But I downloaded Asprite on Steam. There's this program called Asprite, and you can create. It's a really good program for pixel art. I was making my own like my little guys and all the different little animations I wanted him to do for different moves. It was quite impressive. I mean, like it's quite fun to work with. So I would definitely like recommend that, you know, everybody, not everybody, but those interested, you can definitely make like a little side scroller. Probably like if I were to dedicate and stay on top of it, and I like didn't skip days and I actually learned how to do it, probably 5 months, it would be not unreasonable to have like a decent little looking game. I'm not a pro. The problem is I don't have the programmer brain type. That's not me. I can't do it, but I could make all the assets for the game for sure. I don't mind sitting there, and just 8 hours a day every day is not a big deal to me. And when I say every day, I mean every day. I'm gonna try and keep this kind of stoned lighter, so it doesn't. I don't want to have it overshadow the. This piece is really cool. It's giving me Necromorph from Dead Space vibes. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that also with legs and stuff. Oh, I almost bought that game. It's on sale right now on Steam for like $14. But I'm playing through Doom 3 BFG edition, so I'm actually like I'm actually like I'm like, you don't need to buy more games right now, right? Like, just finish this game. You know, I just have like this. I have like this finger that wants to buy all the games that are on sale that I don't need to be buying right now. Actually, Doom 3. I'm really enjoying that game, especially the version where they got rid of the flashlight and you just have a chest-mounted flashlight. And does turn it into a little bit more of an action game and not so much of a horror game because you're not locked down to having to use your flashlight to see stuff, which was a mechanic that was, I can't describe how annoying that was. Um, it did add tension, but I did not enjoy the flashlight mechanic. I feel that lol. I'm tempted to buy Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance, but I have a mountain of single player games to play through. So, oh my god, yeah, it's just the oh, man, my Steam library is so full of shame. I've bought like so many games that I just, you know, at least now at least there's been a lot of like these like little indie releases that are like these smaller kind of, I don't know how to describe them. They're like story kind of games, but they're just short. They're like a 5 hour game, right? I can't remember the name of the last one I really liked, but they're sort of like made in this PlayStation 1 style graphics. So they're like kind of, um, they kind of have like this charm to them. And at least those like I immediately can tell if I'm gonna like it or not. I just return it within the first 5 minutes. If oh, the one I thought I was gonna like a lot because it had a boomer shooter vibe to it, but I didn't. It's called Cruel, and you run through a building that's set on fire, and you have to like outpace the fire that's behind you. And for some reason, it just didn't. It just ruffled my feathers. I didn't enjoy it for some reason, right? So immediately returned it. But a lot of times, there's a lot of games that should have been returned that I just took the hit on that. I just don't see myself ever getting over video games completely. Like I don't see myself never play, getting to a point where I never want to play video games. The experiences are so great that I just don't understand how people cannot play, like they can just stop playing. There's a ton of PS1 style games on itch.io. Love that style. Oh, you know what game I really enjoyed that I played lately? It was called Front.io, and it's on just a web browser, and you start off like you can click anywhere on the planet when the game starts and start growing your nation, and you just swallow the smaller nations and eventually compete against like the major ones that grow. And it is super addicting. It's like a great way, like if you guys want to kill an afternoon, Front.io. It's like a super fun strategy game that's like it's very removed from the details of like warfare. You're just clicking. You just have your worker count and your soldier count, and like special abilities you can do with the money your workers earn, and that's it. and you're basically trying to take over the entire planet. It's a great way to waste an afternoon if you're into strategy games. But if I'm being honest, I couldn't beat the game on hard. I could only beat it on easy and normal. It just seems like the AI outpaces your growth so fast. I just don't see how I could win. No matter how many times I retried on hard, I just like every other major country would just swallow me up eventually. Sounds like a great way to procrastinate at work, like what I'm doing now. I know. Yeah, I understand completely. There's something about procrastination that really is good for your mind. I think like procrastination, it that's where all the best ideas come from. When I'm thinking hard about something, and I think that's why I never run out of good ideas to draw. Is like when I don't think hard. I just spend a lot of time procrastinating and daydreaming, and a lot of my ideas, I just all I have to do is just kind of zone out and stare at a wall and just kind of while I play something like Front IO, and that's when my genius ideas come to me. I'm not even sure if I'm conjuring them up or if they're coming from somewhere. It's weird. It's just how I function is like I think it's an important part of my process. Is wasting time is like it's essential to an artist to waste time. Like to think of a good idea. I'm not even sure if I want to make that rock any more saturated for now, at least for now. I'm gonna go over it with a brushy brush and kind of smooth out the texture. And ever since I played, I don't know if you guys, since you said you have a VR, right? What I would highly recommend, I don't know if you know this, but there's a mod on Steam that's called it's a Half Life 2 VR, right? I'm sure you've played Half Life 2. It sounds like you're a gamer. You can download you can play Half Life 2 in VR. It's absolutely the most incredible experience I've ever had. And then I played through that, and it made me. I don't know how you would get this, but I know some people have been playing Halo 1 in VR, the campaign, and I've been really itching to do that, but it's like one of those mods where you have to like know what to download and what file to move to a folder. Like it's not as easy, I guess, to get it. So I'm like, once it gets technical like that, I don't know what's going on. I'm uncomfortable. But once they put it out on like some easy way to get it, I'm going to go ahead and play through Half Life 1. Or not Half Life, I mean Halo 1 campaign in VR. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've been meaning to try Half-Life 2 mod. I still haven't even finished Half-Life Alyx yet, though. Oh my god. I had the same thing. When I first got Half-Life Alyx, I was super impressed with it. I was like, this is amazing. And then I put the game down, and like it just sat there for 2 years until like one day I remembered I had it, and I'm like, why did I stop playing it? And you know why? I think when I first had Half-Life Alyx, I still had a 1080 Ti I was playing it through. So I think the frame rate, the overall experience was not kind of up to date. So when I got my new video card, it was like like the whole thing was like way better, and like it actually kind of, you know what I mean? I didn't, my computer wasn't like breathing fire trying to run it. So I actually like really enjoyed it. But I think that the thing with VR is like if it's running slightly off and you're not getting the frames you need, you're going to be, it's not a fun experience. You know, you want, sorry, I gotta erase this, redo this rock a little bit. I don't like how the texture is coming out. Yeah, low frame rate in VR actually feels terrible. It makes motion sickness much. Yeah, because your brain knows what's going on. It's hard to get lost in bed. It's hard to get captivated in the gameplay when uh, your body is getting sicker by the second from being in there. I was watching this dude like talk about one of those platforms you can buy that you can run inside of. I think for me, if I got back into VR, I would have to buy one of those, and it's like $1,500. It's pretty expensive, but the thing is that I need. What takes me out of the VR experience the most is the fact that when I press a button to move my character, it's so jarring. You instantly remember that you're in a video game, and you feel like you're just looking at a screen. If I was moving my legs and it was registering me walking, that would complete that feeling. Because when you stand in VR, it's incredible, and you want to move around with your, when you move your head around, it's like spatially accurate, and it's like I'm in that world. But as soon as I push a button to walk forward, the whole thing, the whole illusion disintegrates for me. And I think like for me, like if I ever got back into VR, I would have to buy that, just because that's the thing that like that's where the whole experience kind of falls apart, is like when you start walking. Problem is all that stuff is actually pretty expensive. So I'm not emotionally ready to spend that kind of money on it right now. Because some of the like I got my VR from Valve, and I got the Pro whatever version. I forgot what it's called, but it's pretty impressive at the time. But now they have like the resolution goes even higher than it used to go. You know what I mean? Like you almost need a 490. I mean, you definitely need a 390 if you want to have like a decent experience. But they're almost moving into a territory where like the resolution is so high in each eye that you'd be looking into, you almost need a 490 just to like put your foot in the door to have like really a really good experience. I agree. That's why racing flying simulators work so well. No walking. Yeah, that's absolutely true. There's a game. It's like Dirt Rally or something. I forget exactly what it's called, but there's a game, and it's so good. I I hate racing games. Like I hate racing, but when you're racing in VR, it's a totally different thing. You feel the underpowered engine. You feel your car climbing up the hill. The way the way you turn in a corner, and your tires skip. It all connects. When I try to race on like on a television, I'm like my brain is literally like, stop. This is very boring. I'm not enjoying this. But in VR, it's a totally different. Racing is a totally different experience. Especially like the dirt rally game I'm talking about. Like that was a lot of fun because it's more about the challenge of the setting a time for the course. It's not, you're not so much racing other cars. So Yeah, but ruin normal racing games for me. Yeah, yeah. It's the only way I will play a racing game, though. I need the visceral sense that I'm in a car. Then it is fun. Oh, Pavel, Cleo, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. I AF King for a bit, AFK for a bit. Gotta actually be productive at work temporarily. I understand. I understand. I understand. That's it. Okay, that's as much as the work as I want to do on that rock right now. I'm gonna move on to the other ones, and just this one I'm just gonna lightly shade. Sorry guys, I'm gonna just move that around. Okay. Oh my god. Gonna leave that like that for now. I'm gonna just bring this one out. Pavel, Cleos, hello. I'm an artist too. Like your styles. See GraphGear 1000. I use GraphGear 500. What's the difference between those two? Is it just the size of the Is it I use a point 0.3? Is the 500 just a different size lead that it carries, or what's the deal with that? Nikki, I got another big work meeting. Wish me luck. See you later. See you later, man. I'm glad you could stick around, though. I like all these people working from home and all these, like, office jobs. They keep us streamers alive. You know what I mean? All you guys have to do is, like, leave a lurk while you go be productive. What kind of stuff do you draw, Pavel? Unless it's Pavel, unless that's either Pavel or Pavel. I'm not really sure. Okay. So generally, I'm happy with the way this is. I'm gonna go back to these rocks and refine them later. Sorry, my English is pretty bad. I use translator at the moment. I was drawing academic training stages. I like your drawings, and I plan to move in that direction too. Nice, man. I'm glad you like my artwork. It's got a little bit of a darkness to it, but really like that monster, like a cleave of Barker's Hellraiser monsters. Yeah, we were talking about that with the other people. Is that I agree. Oh look, the sunshine. You guys see that? I gotta get my daily dose of sunlight. Uh, there we go. I got my vitamin C. But yeah, I was talking to that about that too. Is that it does kind of harken those like the the Hellraiser vibes. You know, this is like beyond nightmarish kind of realms. This is like this thing would be like maybe in front of a gate of a of like an eldritch god. You know what I mean? Like this is like the first step to get into the tomb of the eldritch gods. Sorry, this beam of light here, it shows up every around the same time. It'll go away here in a second. It actually moves quite quickly. If you look very carefully, that little beam of light actually moves. Like I'm not moving my pencil. If you watch very carefully, it actually moves rather quickly. Um, so it won't be here for long, but we gotta wait it out. It's part of the show now. This is the only sunlight I get throughout the day, usually, and then the rest of the day I'm streaming and gaming. So it's good for it to hit my fingers at least. I have to go. I was glad to visit you on the stream. Thank you, man. BB, and good luck. Thank you. Appreciate you being here on the stream. I hope you come back and revisit. The more I've been working on these chains here, the more things they actually ended up being like the harder part to shade because it's like I need them to be dark but also have light. So I'm trying out just shading them in and then like putting a little bit of white highlight on top of that to kind of give it a little bit of a sense like there's light falling on the dark chains. But I'm struggling to balance it all out. I want to rip this off here without. I'm gonna be super light here. Just want to kind of get rid of this. It's bothering me. There we go. Did a little surgery on the old piece of paper there. So 2 chains going to the pelvis, the front of the pelvis, and then 2 more chains going down to his kneecaps. That's kind of the game plan here. Let me see here. I'll look something up. See if this ends up being any good. Hmm.
How many times I've been relocated? I never get used to it.
Welcome. Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration here in the citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way to parts unknown, welcome to City 17. It's safer here. Welcome. Welcome to City 17. You have
It's just gonna
chosen
repeat.
or
I'm
been
not sure if
chosen
that's
to
entirely
relocate
what I was
to one
looking
of
for.
our finest remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish
Oh, City
my
17
administration
ambience.
here.
Let's see if that works.
Attention protection team. Status invasion is progressing in this community. Response. Isolate. Inquire.
That's better. Okay. Now I'm gonna have two more chains coming off of the
Attention protection
this
team.
pelvis area and down to the kneecaps. But we'll sort of get to that later. I kind of want to render out a little bit here.
Isolate. Inquire. Attention protection team. Status invasion in progress in this community. Response. Isolate. Inquire.
I would have thought they would have like more things in here instead of just two. I guess I'll just play Halo. Thorfinn test. Wait, Thorfinn. Thorfinn. Sorry, Thorfinn test. Have you ever done animations? Fuck Ed, I hate Twitch. Back again. Okay. Have I done? Not really. I messed around with it like very little, very little. I don't have a lot of that experience, but I've seen people be good at it. Seems like a good idea to practice or whatever, just to get the. But no, not really. Why, is that what you do? Do you do animation? I wanted to do animation back when I wanted to make cartoons. Not cartoons, but like animation for like YouTube and stuff. But I never really got really heavy into it. I didn't when I was younger. I didn't really have like the computer and all that for that. Basically, I would say more like no, but I have done, like, it was a long time ago. I kind of want to keep these arms on the skinny side a little bit. your hands are plunged to AI, sir. Your hands are plugged to AI, sir. I hope that's good. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh, nice. 360. Thank you guys. Today's a big day. Things are just happening on Twitch for sure. I'm just surprised this creature isn't doing that well on YouTube. I guess it's like Embrisar might just be a word that nobody looks up. So that's why I'm not getting too many hits on it. But I think the creature itself is really good. Sorry. I might need to pour more coffee into my face to keep myself going here. 360, man. Crazy. Let me just check my DeviantArt account. Yeah, my last picture popped off. It's very rare that I'll get like 34 favorites on the herd caps. My last picture, I like 34 is pretty good for like a small account. 1K views, like it's almost like a picture that pops off. You know what I mean? That's like it's hard to get that on. This is the last thing I drew right here, the herd caps. Sorry. But yeah, lots of fun. I could go for a sandwich right now too, though. But yeah, thank you so much for the follow and the nice comment. Trying to. He in the lore, his hands were, his fingertips were ripped off. So I'm drawing like the skin got ripped off here, and then got degloved, and then the fingertips are also like gone. That's part of the lore. That's just what it is. A lot of fun. We have fun here. A little bit torn skin here. Just gonna balance that out. Now I can do The music got really dramatic there. Guys, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Actually, I might need to make more coffee, but I do have some stale cold coffee right next to me, which is just as good as fresh coffee. Oh, that's good. Nice burnt, cold taste. Alright, I'm back. I had to let my dog out, so I'm gonna have to let him back in here in a second, but he'll bark and let me know when that needs to happen. Gotta let my dog in. It's cold out there. Oh, eeyoos. Don't get drool on... No, don't get drool on me. No. Come here. There's a big dog. Oh. He hit his head, anyway. I noticed drool in his mouth and I couldn't let him get close to me because of the... I'm working on something, so... we... I wanted to re-emphasize the darkness on this because it's closer to us, so this is going to be darker. These are going to be a little bit darker. I'm going to have to go back and redo that a little bit because I think I overdid it. I didn't overdo it, but I'm going to have to re-emphasize certain things to kind of bring, because I do want this to pop because it is closer to us, and this blade here too. O'Jair. Holy, I just got this live stream on my recommendation page. I am blessed. Thank you, man. King O'Jair. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad it's recommending it to somebody, you know. Like, it's weird, like, this creature specifically is not done really well on YouTube for some reason. But because usually the views are a lot higher, but I don't know why. It must be the weird name of the creature that it's just not getting into the search engine or something, or maybe everyone's busy today. Hard to say. I'm gonna make the bottom of it, the pelvis and the bones, I'm gonna make them like darker, and then I'm gonna go over with the white to kind of give that cool blue. Like, all of this has been torn off. All of this has been, you know, the hand. You can see the hands here. The skin is degloved, and the tips of the fingers are gone. So this is quite a grotesque monster, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Airtown simulation. I know, right? Thank you for stopping by the stream. Leo Val, thank you, Leo Val, for the follow. But today's a crazy day. Crazy activity on Twitch and like no activity on YouTube. I just don't understand the algorithm. How's your day going over there? I don't ever watch streams on YouTube. Yeah, it is it does feel no, I guess I do. I watch streams on like some of my people that I like. I'd like to think every other person on the planet thinks exactly like me, right? Not just kidding. YouTube streams can be popular. Some people pop off on YouTube, but it is you know, it's harder. I think it's harder for the initial growth. But I'm waiting for YouTube to send out my pin or whatever. They're gonna send out like this pin for my account so I can get my AdSense finally. Dude, getting that 3,000 watch hours like took forever. Like, also sometimes like I feel like the hours that it would say that I did after like the stream, right? Let's say it's like 30 hours because there was like 3 people there, right? For 10 hours or whatever. And then the next day the amount that would be added did not seem like it was 30 hours. I don't know. Maybe they had like recalculations and they're like, nah, we're not gonna count these hours. But I mean, the other day though, like one of the streams, there was like 10 people, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, still kind of like crazy to get 10 people to watch you on YouTube, you know. Especially for like a really long stream, and I think 7-hour streams are that's pretty intense, you know. I think so. Maintaining like some sort of a population that's consistently watching is good. Yeah, I like this chain to the pelvis idea, and then there's gonna be off of here. We're gonna be going down to from here to the knees. Falgar watch time, right? I got so Canton. Good evening from UK. Thank you, Canton. I know so many people from UK now. It's crazy. Yeah, I became super upset once I got shown Twitch tracker, guys. I would stare. I kind of calmed down now, like. I don't care as much now, but for a minute there, I would just stare at it every single morning. And I was trying to get into the 1% of the streams, and it's like, I'm not there yet. I gotta grow for a few more months, I think. I still got growth to do before I can get it comfortably into the 1%. The problem is I was so close. The thing is I got rated by Jim Lee, which boosted my account so much, my viewership, that it like put me almost in the 1%. And then I just couldn't hang on to it. I'm not really there yet. But we will slowly get there. Yeah, how is UK doing over there? How are you guys over there? Is it dark? Is it dark and cold? Or cold and dark? It's one of those. I know that. It's cold and dark in Germany, UK, likely the same, right? Okay. Was my voice note easy to understand? It wasn't super easy, but it's understandable. Cold and dark, haha, but spring is around the corner. Oh, I know. I can't wait. Can't wait for it to be like at least I just want I want that phase where it's just kind of cool outside, but not really cold. I'll take that, dude. Like, even like 55-degree weather, Fahrenheit would be nice. Was you born in the U.S. or born in? I was born in Belarus, and then I moved to the United States. This looks like gave you a follow on YouTube. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I need growth on every platform. So I do appreciate it. I really think this creature is turning out super strong. I'm really enjoying the how old were you about when you moved? 9 years old. I was 9 years old. Which, yeah, I think is a good age. But I still, like, I think even if if you don't move to a new country before you're 5 years old, you can never shake the foreign out of you completely. Okay, yeah, so it's an age to still be a native speaker. Yeah, but, like, I think 9 years old is too late in terms of being, like, sort of like a true, let's say, like, you know, version of that country's citizen, because like there's still like I feel like maybe it's just me, like, but I feel like 9 years old is like too late. You're always gonna have you sound entirely American. See, Americans will notice though, they'll sniff out an accent and they'll be like, there's an accent there. Dante Manolia says, "Sup, Nikki?" Thank you, man. Yeah, I think to you, like to me, you sound like completely British, and you were saying that like you have an accent from, you know, the environment, but to me, it's like to you I sound American, but to Americans they're like, no, let's back up. And true, I'm not American to notice. In the UK, I would notice someone that moved there from somewhere else. So even if I did like a British accent, you could like figure that out. Wouldn't it be crazy if I try to pretend to be British? I'm not gonna do it. It's too embarrassing. Not learn fluent. But that's their accent. Their English is still. Let me turn down the music. The music keeps getting louder. See, that's the problem with orchestral music, is it has a tendency to not know like how loud it needs to be and just keeps slowly climbing. But that's their accent. Their English is still natively fluent. Right. I'm just glad I can speak English well enough to communicate. You know, that's my... But I think the perfect age to move to a different country, if you're going to be like fully adapted to where like I think it's got to be 5 years old is the latest. After that, you'll always have a little bit of that like country left in you. That's my opinion. You'll always remember. Let me look at this guy's wrist here. I got this little guy, not little, but I got this model. Sometimes especially now that I'm doing see what I'm doing with the hand. Sorry, I don't mean to show his private parts, but see the hand there? That's kind of what I'm looking at, is that hand structure, to kind of copy that over to the picture. So I do have some models. I need to get my skull out. It's somewhere upstairs, but just for the coolness of it. I mean, I'd say it's better to have the other country left in you personally. I think so. I think it does give you a broader range of understanding of, you know what I mean? Just like, it seems like people who, like, people that, like, I mean, I guess the internet exists now, so it's different, but, like, people who live, like, in a little town their entire lives, that's, like, you know what I mean? That's almost weird, but nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, uh, Uh, it'd be worse if you moved to America and five and couldn't speak your mother tongue. Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah, I do like that I can speak. Sometimes like you know you there's situations where you'll come across Russian speaking people and run into them and talk to them. There's it definitely, just like when, say, there's like some speech that somebody gives in Russian, like I can just go listen to it and like I know like what they mean. Like the translation's always like not bad, but it's like they don't get, like when they're translating, they don't get like what the person's really saying. You can just skew it in any which way, you know. But so having that cultural reference definitely gives like uh you know a perspective that's like interesting. Thanks for saying hi. Keep up loving the work, sir. Thank you, man. We always appreciate the comments and people stopping by. Like we punched him in the face. Translated, we delivered our hand to him. Right, right, right. We extended our reach. Or how when governments are like we're extending our global influence, what they mean is like war. We invaded, but we're gonna phrase it in the our influence is expanding around. Oh, I found a super new game. I already talked about this, but I found like a super fun new game called the Front IO. It's a web browser game somebody made, but you can play against real people, and it's a clicker. It's a clicker nation expander, and like you click on like wherever on Earth, and your little nation starts to spread out until it hits the borders of other little nations that are spreading out, and then you can click on them and swallow them when you have enough like soldiers. Then you can, if you have enough workers, you can buy things like cities and defensive posts and things of that nature. And the goal is to take over the entire Earth. So I've been like wasting a lot of time on that game. It's just like super addicting. Like those kind of, and it's like super nice because they simplified the overall, like there's not a lot of logistics. It's just like you have your soldiers, you have your, just a number, and that's your how much you can push with when you invade somebody else, and you just like slowly try to swallow the entire Earth. And it's actually like a really fun game to play. I'm gonna make this whole bottom here, as it's going towards the knees, like a lot darker. I started kind of really early today as far as streaming goes. I did finish all my work outside of this too last night, so tonight I should just be free after this. I'll probably practice drawing my hands again or whatever, kind of push that issue forward so I can. But yeah, I've been playing Doom 3, the BFG edition. Really great game, by the way. Really fantastic game. Shockingly, I'm really surprised at how much I'm enjoying playing it. Touch Paint Dry TV. Why do I remember that name? I feel like maybe I was in a lobby and I saw that name. I could have swore I've seen that name in a chat somewhere before. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Super duper appreciate. How's your day going? I'm telling you, today's a super active day. Is today like a super? I've been around. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I've seen it. Cool stuff. Thank you, man. Oh, sorry. I'm not showing the. So I'm gonna have 2 chains going to the kneecaps, and that's like the end of the creature. Is like he's got like degloved hands and ripped off, bottom torso, legs, kind of thing going on. The crazy thing is, I can't even think of like any real games that are coming out soon that I'm waiting for. Not that there aren't like some interesting stuff out there, but there's really not any kind of like huge titles that I just can't wait for them to get here. It's kind of sad, but that's the state of. I would need like a management game or some sort of a RTS game. That genre's been dead for a while. I did see like there's that planetary annihilation kind of game that's coming out that you build like it's like that, but it like you build factories to build your units, so it's like more there's like a longer chain of things you need to build before you start pushing out units. So it's like Factorio, but you can build basically war machines. So that looks kind of interesting, but all in all, it's not looking super duper good. Okay. I think it's gonna look really cool. Actually, hmm. Yeah, that'll work. I want to redraw these things here. They just don't seem like that cool. Oh, okay. I think I know what's wrong. I'm gonna redraw part of this hip here. There it is. Randy, Handy Kipper, hope you're doing well. This is looking great. Thank you, man. See, people are stopping by. They're saying hello. Alright. I'm just trying to draw my way out of this puzzle here with the chains and the kneecaps here. Okay, so I like how it fits that. I just need to. I don't want these to look like little feet. It's just like this metal that's mounted to the bone to hold the chains. Okay. And this is gonna work way better than like what I had previous. Thank you for all the likes on YouTube, by the way. Appreciate that. Hero smash the like button. That's what I say. The Embrisar is coming along nicely. Thank you, man. Yeah, that kneecap situation, it took me a little bit to figure that out. That was annoying. model is not high resolution enough. Ugh, that's so annoying. Love it. Looks amazing. I can tell. Took time. Good job. Thank you, man. Star Afton is a star. Pain Dead adaptation. Was trying to sell me some viewers. Thank you, but no thank you. Pretty sure if you view bot, like they'll take out your monetization. So that, and I want real human eyes, real, or AI. AI in the future when AI becomes super powerful, they're cool too if they want to pay me money. You know, I won't discriminate. What was I gonna do? Oh, that's right. I need to look up the hand. I do need a reference for this. STEM for reading mine. Thank you. Are you saying TYSM? Sorry, I'm like really bad at acronyms because I'm a little slow. I think it means thank you, smiling man, for reading mine. You're welcome. And no skin. I don't want the FBI getting worried about what I'm looking up here. 1 second. But I do need to look up the structure of the hand here really quick, just for fun. Oh geez. Yeah, it's not really clear. There's not a whole lot going on there. Huh. It's like there's anyway, I'm gonna click off that before I throw up. It means thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Nice. There's not a whole lot of detail. I was just looking up the knuckles. If there's no skin there, there's just a cord, essentially a fleshy cord going across the knuckles. So, just kind of what you would imagine is happening there. There's not a whole lot. Some of it, like there's these like intertwining kind of tissue right there. I gotta emphasize that a little bit. Now I want to build darkness from here up. So I'm going to slowly start shading these parts in. Ten out of 10, love it. Let me show you. I don't know how long you've been in this lobby, but this is the. I'll zoom out here just to show you kind of what's going on up here with him. That's the upper part of the creature. He's got problems. You know what I mean? This dude's got problems. He's chained eternally to these objects that, yeah, he's chained eternally to his sin of, he got by a succubus. So that's the, you know what I mean? He's basically done for, but, the lower you go, like, all that stuff got ripped out. No longer needed. It almost reminds me of Half-Life a little bit. I know a lot of people, not a lot of people, but somebody said it reminds me of like the Necrons from the. He's fine. Don't worry about it. He has just a flesh wound. This is normal. I think he needs to go to the hospital. Right? Yeah. The Dead Space. It is. There is some Dead Space going on with like the extra legs and stuff. It makes me think though, like. This could almost, if you took it out of context of like the lore, I could see this being like a specific worker, like in Half-Life, like when the Combine would turn people into like those skinny creatures that had like the metal faceplates for welding, and they like their arms were taken off, and they just had like these little pegs in their arms and pegs on their legs, and he would just walk around, and he would walk around and weld stuff. That's all they can do. That's all that's left of their bodies. That's how they get converted. And I almost feel like this is a fantasy version of that. Like he's like a specifically designed to be like some sort of operator of things. That doesn't look normal. What do you mean? This is completely normal. I don't need psychiatric help at all. So let me go down here and just continue on with the. No, he's fine. He's happy. I think this post is gonna be crazy though. This is gonna be very. I almost wish like I could. The problem with Instagram is that whole box thing is they box you inside of like a. You can't. You know what I mean? I want people to see this. I don't want them to see a square where I've cut off a lot of the picture just to show. You know what I mean? I mean, I know you can upload 2 versions of it, but it's annoying. But this is I think this is going to be a really strong piece. Hopefully it'll be in a book that everyone can look at whenever they want. That's the goal. Yeah, if this got into a book and people bought it, that would be crazy. I can't wait to be in the book or have my artwork be in the book. I know I'm gonna buy a book with my artwork in it. Is it gonna be like an art book, or is it gonna be like the D&D, like a D&D book with the, how should I say it? Like it's a D&D book with the artwork in it, or is it specifically like Dormaria artwork kind of book? I imagine it's gonna be like the rule set and the world, right? Like with all that stuff in there. Maybe both one day. That'd be great. Yeah. If well, at least it will be amazing anyway. Thank you, Star Efton. I also hope it's amazing. If there's any demand for the art book, we can definitely put one up, put one together. Right, right, right. Well, we can definitely do like something like an art book. Let's just say like the down the road, right? If the my popularity increases, I would like push it through my social media, and you guys would basically publish it and just take care of the logistics. You know what I mean? Something along those lines. I'm not sure how feasible that actually is, because from what I found out, a much bigger YouTube who thought he was gonna sell like say a lot of T-shirts to like his 100,000 follower base, he sold like one T-shirt. So even though he was very popular and a lot of people were like, "Oh, we're definitely gonna buy your merch," then when he did it, he sold one T-shirt to an audience of 100,000. So that does worry me a little. That did put a little bit of a worry into me. I'm like, how do people sell things so good? For sure, we have talked about it before. Right, right. Yeah. I was watching that one guy drawing sessions, and he puts together books where he'll have like an art book that's all the creatures are from a single world. So it's like they're all like lore concept. There's not a story. He's just like describing a world through his art, and that book is just like planet something something, and you can list through it and just imagine how things would work in that world. That's the entire premise of his art books. I think I would be really interested in doing something like that because I'm not really a story guy, but I like to put enough pieces together for people that they can kind of see the darkness of how things would interact, and without me really saying John Joe talked to Susie and they decided this. It's just more of showing a world kind of thing. It's all about community. Yeah, you have to have people lifting you up. I Guys, I need to be lifted up. I need to be lifted up. uh I'm just glad we live in an era where I can draw like truly the stuff I want to draw, like this kind of stuff, without running into issues. I'm not sure if there ever was a time where this kind of stuff would have been banned, because even if you look at like medieval European like artwork, a lot of them would draw for the church or something, but still like the imagery would be horrific. They were obviously just like me kind of person, just drawing really dark imagery, but just for the current regime, so to speak. but we have to have people lifting you up. We are story guys, though. You give the concept to use, and we make it work, right? We are just in the middle of a lot of things at the moment, and we need to complete some of them. Oh yeah, no, yeah, yeah. But in our book is a worthy endeavor for all of us. I think so. I think so. I agree. We we can call it the artistic fury of Yuri. That would work. I like that name. Thank you. Thank you for liking my name. That is, in fact, my actual name. Cool. Nice. I'm definitely gonna go get coffee after this, though. Like, I need a real cup of coffee to. It's it's weird. I almost feel like coffee is like more relaxing than you know what I mean. Like, especially when you first start drinking it, it's like. I don't know if I'm just getting to the point where I'm like, what's the word? Not hallucinating, but I'm like, not like something between hallucinating and delusional, where I'm like, I'm just like, I'm looking at this overall concept and I really like the way this is coming out. I'm just like, this is like bomb ass design, or yeah, like this is like really good design. I just fucking love how the whole being chained and the whole. It's just anytime you're a really nice person. Anytime you're a really nice person, I like your skills and how kind you are. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I might even take my dog with me on the coffee trip, even though he's gonna drool everywhere with his. He's just a drooler. Yeah, this poor demon is suffering forever in chains. Yeah, well, maybe he's not. I mean, maybe it's not that bad once the conversion happens. You know what I mean? It's all a matter of your last like 40 drawings looked as good as this. The time put into it is really showing. I think I think there was I can't exactly pinpoint when, but there was like a kind of a breakthrough around I feel like when I first, even like when I first started drawing for you guys, like I feel like, and some would disagree with me, but when I first drew that dragon, I thought it was really good at the time, the very first one, and it was such a big piece. But when I drew the second dragon, I looked at it and I'm like, even though it's a smaller picture, as a whole, like structurally, I think it's a stronger piece. Like I don't know how to, like, there is more going on with the other one, but like I look at the new one where he's like sitting looking forward. I'm like, it's and well, that wasn't the breaking. That's not when I realized there was like a shift in skill overall. But between when I started drawing for you guys and at some point now, I think there's definitely been like an improvement over like as a whole. Like I look at my pictures, especially like previous to that, you know, I still like my stuff, but I'm just saying I think there has been like a little bit of a shift in the last like 4 months, over the course of the last 4 months up. By the way, the picture, the her caps are kind of blew up. Not blew up. I wouldn't say blew up, but they did really well on like DeviantArt. I usually don't really get crazy amount of views or anything like that or likes, but I got like 35, which doesn't sound like a lot. But on DeviantArt, getting like any amount of likes at all, like because it's like so late stage with that website, that like getting anything above like even 10 likes is like hard. It got like 35, I think. So it's like it did really well. For like DeviantArt standards, you know, so like that website is basically like all AI now. It's like completely lost in the sauce. You got the best like. You got the best like. Thank you. And then N. Well, anyway, I think there has been a like especially I think the Gronk. I think the Gronk, even though that was a smaller piece, it's not as large as like even this one. I thought the Gronk is like, if you look at it, it looks, you know what I mean, like really good. The like some of the pieces are starting to like really stand, to me at least. They're starting to like really kind of separate. There was a tipping point at the disaster piece. I thought the disaster piece was it was strongest in concept, but yeah, I agree. I think that's when like I went full, like, you know what I mean. I think the creativity was like at its strongest there for sure. towards the bottom of these legs and these hands, this is going to be all like really dark and then gradiently going up and getting lighter. Like this is all like just basically dry rotted flesh and that kind of thing. I guess I don't think you can. Well, I guess skin you can kind of dry rot. Like if you have like calluses on your hands and then like they get dry, I guess that's sort of, you know what I mean. That's sort of like dry rotting skin. The reclaimed behemoth was insane. Yes, yes. I think right now, if I had to go back, I think right now, I think the Gronk is like just my favorite in terms of like skill level. Disaster Piece is still my. I feel like that was like sort of, it went beyond like conceptually it was just so good that I thought that, you know what I mean. It's undeniably good just from a conceptual standpoint. But I think right now the Grunk is like my favorite. Yeah, Google is gonna send me a pin for my YouTube AdSense stuff, because I hit my 3,000 watch hours, which is fantastic. But for all the people that use AdBlock, I don't blame you at all. I do not blame you at all. Trust me, I understand. If you don't feel bad for using AdBlock, if you have the type that still works. I don't want to say its name because I don't want to blow up their spot, and I don't want, like, I'm sure Google already knows who they are, but I don't want to, there's not that many ad blocks that still work really. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could like maintain this like 7-hour daily pace. Like if I don't have anything going on, I'm pretty sure I could just do this for the rest of my life. Honestly, like I don't even think I'm getting burnt out really, because I think because the results are showing, I don't even care, because things are headed in the right direction. I think the only time I would slow down is if I was specifically going to start learning things on the side, like hardcore, like going to like classes or something, for like some high level art teacher that would get me to the next level. But unless that happened, I'm not gonna stop. Basically, performance, sort of stream entertainment drawing kind of stuff. I do think there's value in like just sitting down for hours and like learning a specific thing, like getting a concept through your head. But you do have to have, you got to turn off the stream and just sit there and like think about it. So Fine art video gallery. Thank you for stopping by. I'll do a little zoom out here so you can kind of see more of the of what we're doing here. I'll do a little zoom. I don't want to do a full zoom out. I think that's good enough right there. I think this is a very cool pick. I don't know. I'm very satisfied with the way it's going. I like even the concept of it is like I like. Does anyone know? Did Twitch ever become profitable, or is Twitch still one of those things that just loses money, or year over year? I don't know if if it ever got to a point where it's actually profitable, or I don't know if anybody knows. I know I know Amazon bought them, but I don't know if they ever like turned the ship around on that. Streaming uses too much power. Does it use a lot of power? I thought what's the I know I've heard like YouTube like loses money straight up. They lose money on streaming, like which is why they're focusing right now more on competing with like TikTok. Like they got those short videos that pop up all the time, because they realize turning the streaming ship around is hard. That's why they're like it's there, but they're not focusing on its culture. They're not, it's it's just there, and it exists. But I really think if YouTube, I'm not really I'm not really sure if like live streaming is the future. Everyone thinks it's like the future, but I honestly like I enjoy consuming a lot of my content like in video form. I do hang out on streams now that I've like gotten into it myself. But before that, honestly, like I was I was like I would rarely actually consume live streaming content. Normally I would watch videos, right? So I actually don't think like everyone's going to slowly converge to watching live streams. I think it's gonna slowly grow and become bigger, but I think there's a huge mass of people that still want to just watch a video on their own time without like seeing chat go, without all the crazy bells and whistles that are happening. That's just my opinion. I really don't think there's gonna be like, I think it'll grow, but I just don't think it's like gonna ever take over, just regular videos. My stomach, I can hear my stomach starting to growl a little bit. Like I said, I hope the mic doesn't pick that stuff up. That's embarrassing. But it's a sacrifice I must make. I think a lot of people like the recognition of a streamer acknowledging them, and it serves as a babysitter for the young ones. I do think there's something like, obviously there's something really dope about the fact that you're watching content that you can the show is happening, but you can affect the show. It's sort of like something between like a radio show where you can call in, but it's not like quite on that level. I mean, I guess people could call in theory, right? But it's sort of like in between where the show's happening, but you can interact. And obviously, like for like the really big streamers that have like thousands of viewers, dropping like a lot of money, like suddenly like that 3,000 people, now that attention went to them for, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, it kind of creates this funnel where, people want to have their, have their thing. But yeah, it's definitely its own thing. At first, I remember CRT Rex is my first like real, like a person I actually watched. He's like does like retro gaming, and his commentary is hilarious. Like I'm telling you guys, if you want to see a guy get angry over old games and tell great stories, Some people they have that ability when they talk to like they're like good at sort of weaving a story and just being awesome at it. Sometimes I can string sentences together like correctly, and they so. I think Twitch's 3 average viewers rule to get monetized is so generous. Like I almost had to stream twice as long on YouTube to get the same thing. I was thinking maybe I should start streaming more towards the evening, like maybe start at 3 or 4 p.m. and then streaming to the night, because it seems like I'm like, it kind of makes sense that people usually get off work right like around 4 or something, 5 p.m. And then, you know what I mean? It seems like there would be more people. There would be more people to try and I just want to emphasize these parts that are going to be dark with the highlight a little bit, and then go over again with the darkness. But I just want to bring out a little bit of light. Well, we got 7 minutes left. I'm 6 now, but I'm going to raid you guys out on Twitch. You guys, thank you so much for being here. I super appreciate it. It's a really good, super like crazy stream in terms of like just the amount of followers. Just from like I'm with the other side rated me, and then like I got a crazy amount of followers. So that was super awesome. Super appreciate it. So I'm gonna raid the channel really quick. I gotta go do some stuff like eat and other stuff, but I'll be back tomorrow for another 7-hour stream or something like that. We'll see kind of how it goes.
That out for like a week. And I use a little bit of dry shampoo, like if my bangs, cause I'll go like this a lot, like I'll do like this a lot. I do that a lot, right?